Howdy, gang. Yeah. Oh, it's because it's loading. That's why it's not doing the thing. But you know, at least I get to see that my sounds are all sounding correct. Because normally I always forget to check. Right? Right? There we go. Cool. So we got plenty of things to talk about this time, and also we're hopefully going to finish this. I thought we would last time, but there ended up going on a bit of a goose chase when we went to turn into the devil. Wasn't actually murdered, but, you know, whatever. Now we have a lead on the archeologist. He knows where the last temple is, I guess. So, yeah. Joseph Hill. Sells, propane accessories. Archaeologist is a side gig. He's just kind of really into this stuff, you know. Apologize for my voice. I'm not having a great day. Got a runny nose and I can't breathe. So you know, there's a bit of gasping, bit of phlegm, bit of coughing. It's all cracky. I haven't spoken much today, but I knew this was gonna happen. But this is the time I managed to rest away from Baldur's Gate, so yeah. You think that's a joke, but no, I've been absolutely disgusting. The game has been out for like, what, 3 days? And I've put in 24 hours. A little over that, probably. And what's even worse is, I worked for like those first 2 days, and like, I didn't even play last night. I fell asleep early because I stayed up too late playing the other 2 days, so like, yeah. That's like 2 days worth of gaming right there. 12 hours each, I guess. No, I think it's 3 days. The game's been out for 4 days. So then, what? What's 24 divided by 3? 8? That's still pretty bad, guys. I'm supposed to play these things for like 3 hours at a time and then go do something productive, but, I have not. I can't even tell you how long I spent in freaking character creator. Yeah, I'm having fun with that. I'm still in Act 1, so, you know, nowhere near completing it, but damn. Took some learning. It's actually pretty cool how, like, close to D&D it is. Now, obviously it's a D&D game, but I mean mechanically. Because, you know, normally they go for the real-time with pause bullshit, but this is like straight up what I remember doing when I had friends. Except, you know, it's 5th edition, which isn't why I played. I played 3.5. Yeah. We might chat about that a bit more later. You know, it's going to be a long endeavor. I intend to give more progress reports along the way, but right now we're going to talk to a guy. Except this isn't the building. How do I do the thing? Oh yeah, it's been 2 weeks, like I said, guys. Or I think it's been 2 weeks. Maybe only 1. I might have gotten lucky. Whatever, I skipped my last weekend type thing. Because it was birthday boys. There we go. Oh, is he dead? Is this just like the other time? Is this Joseph Hill?
To escape, but something broke his neck with a single strike.
Nah, it's Baldur. Broke his neck with a single strike. Oh. I feel like if I walked down here with the camera facing what I was supposed to face, the audio cue would have still been off. But it was kind of ruined by me not looking at it at all.
Poor guy died here after several stomach wounds.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I feel like they took the same amount of melee hits, even though I pumped the other guy full of a lot more lead.
Poor guy died here after... It just twitch. Whoa. Must be my nerves.
Double that.
Poor guy died here after several stomach wounds. Wild beasts carried out quite the massacre in here. One ferocious blow, and he was gone.
So I guess we're not talking to a person. Seems I can just keep talking about Baldur's Gate, I guess. Let's see, I am a half-elf paladin, but not really a paladin. I'm an Oathbreaker. Because I picked the, forget what it was called, the Haunted One background. It was called, like, the Dark Urge or something, right? Basically, you just think terrible thoughts all the time. You talk to, like, a little kid, and you're like, oh, wouldn't it be great if he just, like, was missing his legs and bleeding on the floor and stuff? Yeah, that'd be sick. Your mind's just always saying that kind of stuff during conversations, and occasionally you get an opportunity to act on those urges. And then even more occasionally, stuff will happen without your control. And, you know, that was pretty jarring the first time it happened, because it had been building up the expectation that I'd be able to fight it, or just, like, you know, the options are there because I picked this background, but I don't have to act on them if I don't want to. It's all about roleplay options, but no, things happen automatically, too. And, yeah, that caused me to break my oath to, you know, preserve life and stuff. So, I decided that if that was happening, then I obviously could not be, you know, a paladin without having to restore my oath several times, and, you know, what's even the point then? So, I chose to embrace the dark side, and I became an Oathbreaker. There's a new enemy. Now, despite the Oathbreaker Knight, who, like, teaches you about this stuff looking very menacing, he makes it very clear to you that you just don't have, like, the power of a god or whatever anymore, you know? But, you know, if you're still acting on your own morality, maybe you were forced to do something that you just didn't feel was right or whatever, and that's what caused you to break your oath, like what happened with him. You can still use your powers for good. It doesn't necessarily make you evil. but, you know, fuck that. If I'm gonna accidentally murder people, I'm gonna, like, RP myself into embracing it. And I am going to be evil.
By the looks of these plants, this photo was taken somewhere in South America.
The issue with being evil, though, is that you, like, risk missing a lot of content, so I have to, like, be a gamer still. Like, I'll do quests or I'm, like, supposed to help someone, and then at the end I might try and screw them over, which is what I just did. I had an evil character probably would have never gone through this whole thing in, like, a whole dungeon and fought this boss, but I did. And at the end, I screwed over the person I rescued. I got a pretty cool thing out of it, though. Like, now I can freaking summon an undead minion. That's pretty dope. Because I had not yet reached that part of the skill tree. Assuming it's in there. Seems I have a lot of, like, control and speak to undead and stuff like that. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to summon one eventually. Crumpled letter. This is the last warning, my son. If you proceed with your self-destructive research, I'll take action. I can't watch you kill yourself, corrupt your mind, and sacrifice your health. These old fairy tales about the dead. Not worth it. Leave it or I'll leave you without inheritance. I'll have you spend this money on your own and hell. Your own death. We got, like a woman. Woman with a penis. This one's a man. This one's the intersex. I don't know, is this motherhood? Pregnant? Preggers? Maybe a man with wide hips. That's the, F to M. And this one's just a baby.
These Mayan artifacts could be the prized jewel in many a museum collection.
Zuma Deluxe?
Is she gone? Did you get her?
What the hell's going on? I'm sure I shot her dead, but then she ran.
Oh, snub, we are in trouble now. My name is Joseph. Sorry for getting you into this, and thanks.
Charles Reed. I was actually looking for you.
For me? How can I help you?
Now, what just attacked us? Is that gonna be a normal thing that just completely drains my sanity meter?
What do you know about that thing? The girl that attacked us?
She's Usha, a Mayan priestess, rejected by death itself. I can only imagine what baleful sorcery still keeps her alive.
Unusual, even by this mad city standards. Why would a Mayan priestess come here? What's special about this house?
It was me she was after. Usha holds a secret older than humanity itself, and she wants to stop me from uncovering it. Don't ask me about it further. I can't say any more.
I need your help to get into Cthygonnaar. This madness must be stopped.
Oh, that's a noble goal, but Vanderberg...
Johannes was the one who told me about you, and about all the things that have happened since the flood.
He did? Well, I underestimated you. We share the same goal, but there's a problem.
What could that be?
Problem?
The Mayan girl, Usha. She was the keeper of the key to Cthygonnaar. We'll need it.
Wait, I know his face has been bloody this whole time, but why? Did he cut off Innsmouth syndrome? Like, he got rid of the scales? Is that what happened? Because his arms are all wrapped up, too. He's either been, like, sacrificing bits of himself for this ritual he's doing right now, or he, like, cut off his scales.
You mean the seal? I have it. Just show me the entrance.
The seal. You've got it.
I do have the seal.
Spectacular. But alas, it doesn't solve our problem.
You're testing my patience, Joseph.
Usha was the last one to open the path below, and she still protects it. We cannot proceed until she's been dealt with.
Really want me to kill this Usha? You sure she's not your wife?
I'm a private eye. Tracking Usha won't be a problem. But how do we handle her?
Look, when you locate her lair, come let me know. Meanwhile, I'll prepare our defense against her magics. Then together, we'll banish her.
My bullets did nothing. Do you know of any other ways to fight her?
There are ways to resist her sorcery. I was going to use them myself, but I'm not sure I have the skills to track this thing to her lair.
But didn't she come to you?
She caught me off guard, tried to kill me. I was unprepared. You arrived just in time to scare her off.
Any leads on how to track her?
I don't know. But she drinks blood to gain strength. There must be victims, corpses, but thanks to the wild beasts and madness, Oakmont is full of the dead. Though, I did hear rumor of a vampire in Salvation Harbor.
Well, I guess that's better than nothing. See you later.
Okay, so, like, why? Is she haunting him because he went to some Mayan ruins and brought this stuff back with him? Because, I don't know if you know this, guys, but the Mayans are, like, a Mexico, South America thing. They were not in North America. It's fine if you want to use some Indian curse bullshit, like a guardian. Maybe the natives have been protecting Cthygonnaar since forever, but, this is Massachusetts. Why are the Mayans involved? Alright, so I'm guessing I need to go to, like, the police station, maybe? Either that or the hospital. Look up a vampire. I'm gonna try the police station first. Alright, what are we talking about? My class? My class? Yeah, I said I like how close to D&D it is because it's how I remember, but right now in like the early game, some things are kind of shitty. And like, you know, I don't have a lot of spells at my disposal, spell slots. And I can use like 2 or 3 per day. That means I'm just not casting much magic. I'm doing a lot of auto-attacking. Not auto-attacking, picking to choose attack, you know? But you know, just basic attacks, and, you know, you only do one of them per turn, and that's, like, stuff that's always automated in the real-time with pause games, which is why I usually do prefer those, actually. I like them both, but, like, I feel like I'm just wasting turns when I'm doing normal attacks, as opposed to spells or abilities or whatever. And in the real-time with pause, you're always doing the normal attacks, and you pause, or whenever you do input, you're doing something that's important. And, you know, that's, like, not here. I know that I'll have access to, like, more actions per turn a bit later. But right now, there ain't much to be done. Also, like, the armor system is really strange. And again, it is D&D. All armor does is, like, protect you from numbers. So, like, you have to roll above the armor class out of 20 to see if you can hit. You have to match it or get above it. Or if you get a perfect 20, that's an auto hit. But, like, light armor is about 10 to 12. It protects you from half the numbers. And then medium armor is, like, 13 to 15. So a quarter of the numbers. And heavy armor is, like, 15 to 17, I guess. I don't think I've found anything that's above 15 naturally. But you can get bonuses through, like, your dexterity modifier and stuff. I understand they don't want to give you, like, full protection against all the dice, so you can only get damaged by crits. That'd be fucking stupid, but, like, I feel like that margin is way too thick, and it makes heavy armor seem kind of pointless, because you get less penalties for wearing the medium, and it covers about the same amount. I feel like the light armor should cover, like, 0 to 5, and medium 5 to 10, and heavy 10 to 15. That still leaves some wiggle room for hitting. But again, staying around 15 is where things have been, so, like, you always have, like, a quarter chance to hit without using any spells or whatever, give yourself more advantages. And somehow I still prefer this to the original Sin 2 armor model. Is the reason I did not finish that game. I want to go back to it, but I know there's a mod to change it. And that's why I would, but I didn't like how you just had to, like, auto attack or dump basic spells on guys before they could actually start getting effects, because it made all your abilities seem fucking useless. Like, you know, let's say you use a fire spell and it's supposed to burn, and that's why you picked fire over ice. Well, it doesn't burn until the guy's out of magic armor. So you gotta get rid of 200 damage worth of armor before you can get any burning done. And then, with both the armor sets working that way, you're better off just sticking to one type. Except they try to, like, split it up between fights, so then you want to have some guys go with the guys who are against low magic or low physical, like, you know. That's the only reason you have to not do a full party of all the same guy. Bloodless Corpses, Jay Callahan, Captain Lions. We received today a report of the latest victim, so-called vampires. Several blood-drained corpses were found in the backyard of Old Church Road. Smith and Maple sent a patrol to inspect the crime scene. Bodies are similar to previous drained corpses in Coverside Shells and Reed Heights. I guess I only need to find one crime scene. So, Old Church Road. Maple. And Smith and Maple. So like right here, I guess. I understand why they did it like that. Like, when you got to the late game, you could just use crowd control stuff and, like, lock down enemies all the time when the effects were always present, but the way they implemented it just turned into padding, because you can still do that after you break through the armor. You just need to break through the armor first. I guess it gives the enemies a fighting chance to wail on you first, but they can't lock you down either. Like, they follow the same rules, and it just makes the fights all artificially longer. I didn't appreciate. So yeah, I didn't finish that, but thankfully that's not how they did things here. And that's good. That's good. I don't know when I'll go back to Original Sin 2. Again, there is that mod, and I would like to play it with that, but I'd also rather play a game that was made the way it was intended. Like Pillars of Eternity 2, which I have installed and just never got around to. I launched it once, and I was pissed off because I didn't have my save data from the first game. There's like a big list of choices for you to pick from, but I don't remember all these little things. Why is the list so big? Normally they don't remember all the side quests, but they totally do. So that was pretty daunting, and I just, you know, it scared me away. I just gotta accept that, I'm not gonna remember all that stuff, and I should just make a new game without making all the choices, I guess. Like I did with Banner Saga 2. For the same reason. I just didn't have my save data for some reason. I swear I transferred it, but whatever. In fact, I know I played Banner Saga on this hard drive just a couple of years ago. I don't know where the save data went. Or add corn at dinner, stuck in my teeth. But it's like the two small teeth, it's like really close to the gum, and it fucking hurts. I'm like tasting blood. There we go.
Nothing useful inside. Old clothes and garbage, but this letter may be helpful.
Letter. Hotel owners know. This is my final warning. If you do not pay me for the month due, I'll sell your belongings, and you'll be out on the street. No one may live in Devil's Reef and avoid payment without consequence.
He didn't die immediately. These are some simple bites to the neck.
What else did I have to say? I let a companion die. I didn't get to recruit them. They were like... It was the wizard character, Gale. You find him like coming out of a portal, and you need to yank him out, and I failed both the rolls, and he died right there. That was pretty funny, but I'm trying not to save scum the game because it allows you rerolls. Like, you have to meet conditions to earn rerolls, but because rerolls are in the game, I'm like trying not to save scum at all and just roll with it. But that was pretty sad. I didn't have a spellcaster for a long time, and I still kind of don't. I have a warlock character, but he doesn't like me. nor does the cleric. I try not to have them in my party all the time because I don't want them to leave. What was I doing? A level up, that's what. Hmm. Only accuracy, not damage. Get the ammo. I also want to say that the map's like really big. I said I was still on Act 1. I'm still on the first map. I'm assuming it is Act 1, and...
These are some savage bites to the neck. He would have suffered.
You know, if it's anything like Original Sin 1 and 2, the first map's freaking massive, and then you'll go through some more smaller areas. Or maybe it'll be 3 maps, 1 for each act, but...
If anyone had caught this shotgun blast, they would have lost their head.
You know, I prefer how it was in, like, Pillars of Eternity, where the areas are just smaller, and you go to a lot of areas, and they're, like, dotted on a big map, and, you know... You get more of a sense of traveling around the region, and, you know, you see more variety and stuff.
A single drop of blood.
They normally like that.
Take this, damn corpse! Order me, priestess, and I will serve.
So... She hypnotized the guy, spoke some words. The guy came and killed these people, and she drank the bloods.
Great disc, buddy. Hope none of those hungry wormskins saw you here.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Great disc, buddy. Hope none of those hungry wormskins saw you here.
Order me, priestess, and I will serve. Take this, damn corpse!
Maybe it's just a straight walkthrough. He killed them, took the stuff, and sold it to whoever. Well, she watched. I didn't even notice her up there.
Order me, priestess, and I will serve. Take this, damn...
Great disc, buddy. Hope none of those hungry wormskins saw you here.
I thought this guy was walking in while that was happening, and then... No. Maybe it's the other way, like, this is happening, she shows up, kills some people, hypnotizes a guy, and now he's a slave.
Great disc, buddy. Hope none of those hungry wormskins saw you here.
Take this, damn corpse! Order me.
Usha attacked 3 Innsmouthers before a man appeared and tried to shoot her. She called him Raymond and hypnotized him, somehow. All his blood was drained, just like Joseph said.
Alright, Pine Palace. Hmm. Usha uses blood. I'm stronger. Usha hypnotize Raymond. Yeah. Vampire kill people. Well, she spared someone. We know that. Usha is an undead killer who slays people to drink their blood. Well, yeah, but again, she spares and hypnotizes people too, which is also very vampire-like. A man named Raymond shot Usha's attack and seemed connected to her somehow. He dropped a bag to scene. He has a room at the Devil's Reef. That's our lead. Still one piece of evidence here, which makes sense. I didn't explore the whole scene. Not a shitty thing, it's just, you know, we talked about the armor already, but the weapons are like the same way. They're all in like the same range. It's mostly just for RP purposes. You pick whatever weapon you want. They injected some skills to all of them once you're proficient, but that's not in the normal D&Ds. They did it to give you a reason to use the weapons, but again, you're not just finding better tiers of stuff. You can find masterwork things that are a little better versions of them. Huh?
All his blood was drained, just like Joseph said.
I must be hearing things.
She didn't spill a single drop of blood.
Yeah, I obviously haven't done too much of that yet,
Die
but
immediately. These are some savage bites to the neck. He would have suffered.
it's led to me picking up a lot of like junk loot, and I feel bad for doing it because that's what other games have trained me to do. I'm trying to like figure out a better system. Pick up things I think only hold value, like knives. Knives are good value per weight, and with bows. It's funny because, again, in normal D&D, you don't really loot that often. And yeah, you get treasure, but, like, you don't loot after every encounter because that's fucking boring. And, you know, that feeling is very much here, but they let you do it if you want. I think that's kind of an interesting way of them to go about it, I suppose. No, I think I prefer a more traditional system in a video game, where you just had me go through tiers of equipment. Though it does make every little piece of power you get drip fed when you level up feel that much more significant. As well as finding any enchanted gear. It's not like commonplace to the point where, you know, in Diablo you don't pick up anything that isn't yellow. I suppose that's all there is to talk about for now. Don't want to get too spoilery, and I haven't done much of the story. Game's actually kind of fucking hard. I've been getting my ass kicked a bit. But I'm maybe 75% way through the first act. I think I'm heading into the last section of the map now. Now, about this vampire killer. There's actually a vampire killer in IRL. I know about, at least. He didn't drink the blood, I don't think, but... You know, his victims would all be completely drained of it. Maybe he drank it. Who knows what he's doing with it. It's kind of like a Jack the Ripper type deal, like he'd kill prostitutes. He'd fuck them too, that's what was funny. You know, Jack had seemingly just murdered them, but, you know, this guy, he used them, and then he drained them. Drain gang. I think it was literally just called the Swedish Vampire or something. I think it was Sweden. Might have been Norway. Norwegian. That sounds more correct to me. I don't think he was ever caught either. It's interesting though, because that takes work to sit there and drain a ton of blood from someone. Like, how do you not get caught doing that? I mean, these were always in like hotel rooms and stuff, because they were hookers. You didn't have a lair or anything, you just did this in places. Right, I should talk to the manager.
I believe a man named Raymond lives here.
How's it your business?
I need to talk to him.
You'd be better off talking to the wall. Raymond Archer ain't here. Left a few days ago and never came back. Didn't pay either. Damn newcomer.
What about his room? Did he leave any belongings behind?
A pile of weird stuff and broken junk. Take a look if you want. It's the room next to yours.
I found a debt letter from you at a crime scene. Can you tell me who it was for?
I have no idea.
Why? Do you send that many of them?
Yes, thanks to all you damn newcomers flooding Oakmont. I have a form letter that I adapt. Well, make a newcomer adapt for me to pay his debt. Got 50 of them back here right now. Clever, eh?
Indeed. Less useful than I'd hoped, though. See you later.
This guy's just losing all kinds of money. And he's got the piss-soaked mattresses just sitting out in the hall. He might have to reuse them. There's a room next to mine. This one.
Did Raymond get this air tank from the same place I did?
I bet. Uh, 3rd of October, found work at Flooded Lab on Moreland Road between Smith and Powerhouse Street. Boss says some weird stuff, but sounds like there will be gold at the end. 20th, preparing for everything in the mission, including getting a diving suit. Good thing I know how to use it too, because the place is underwater. Boss said the entrance is marked with 5 big stones. Devil's Teeth. 23rd. Wait, what? Oh. I thought he went backwards in time. Barely got out the mummy he wanted, and Vore told there was no gold in her tomb. Taking the mummy to the lab, my egghead companion claims he can talk to the dead. Hopefully I should tell him where the gold is. January 9th, that's a big time skip, what the hell? I can't. How is it even possible? How could I know? No sleep, no rest. The mummy, Usha's whispering all the time. Hiding underwater in her tomb. Spare me. Can't get out, Red. So the mummy is haunting because someone took her out of her tomb. She's not a guardian or whatever. She's literally a freaking pissed off spirit. Doesn't explain why she's Mayan though. And we have an address for the company that did this, I guess.
I've seen some of these places. The backyard with corpses. Joseph Hill's house. Why did he draw all this?
Stop it! Please stop it! Why do you show me this vile violence? I can't bear it!
I've seen some of these places. The backyard with corpses. Joseph Hill's house. Why did he draw all this?
She was telling him to go kill Hill? Hmm. North Salvation Harbor, E. Smith and Powerhouse. Morley. Here's C. Smith. Oh, there's more. Where is power? Oh, there. So it'd be around here in this flooded area. I think this is the area I was trying to find when we were looking for the old church. For some reason I thought this factory was a church, but this looks very familiar. We like chased down the guys who robbed the mirror house here. I think this is the house actually. Alright, so I wanted to also do a progress report for Tears of the Kingdom. It's been a while since we've talked about it, so I've almost done the whole map, I think. See, last time we talked about it, we like stopped after Gerudo Town. From there, I went a little bit north, and we got to the Rito Village pretty quickly, but I didn't do the Rito Village quest line. I like turned around as soon as I discovered it. Because I heard that the Rito ability was like kind of super useful. I'm imagining like a freaking air jump or something. That's how it was in Breath of the Wild as well. You can just like charge up a wind geyser. It was pretty busted. I just haven't gone there yet. Instead, I heard about building a house at Terrytown. I'm like, oh, I want to do that. So I went east and like did all the stuff along the way there until I got to the Zora domain, and I did that quest line. And you know, I just kept exploring more of the map. I did the whole Akala region with Terrytown. And I'm in like the north part of the map. I'm about to go into the Lost Woods, I think, but like I have Death Mountain discovered, and again I have the Rito Village discovered. I just have to like go do those after the forest. You know, there's no specific order, but that's how I'm planning on doing it, because I want the Master Sword to not be a waste by the time I get it. I'm just assuming the Master Sword's gonna be in the forest again. Where else would it be? But yeah, there's still a bit of the depths I need to do. I think that's going to be a lot more work, but like the surface map is pretty complete. I've done pretty much the entire sky in each of the areas I've discovered. Those have been a lot more manageable. Fuck. I didn't realize that was a big guy. So it was too late. See, the more I played, the game definitely got better to a point, and then it like plateaued, and now it's been like the same for a while, I guess. I still have not found any like musicians or whatever to awaken the freaking fairies, so I haven't upgraded my gear at all. That'd probably make a big difference if I was doing that and like farming materials and stuff, but that part of the game just hasn't introduced itself yet. I do have a pretty big Zonai battery, so I have been playing with constructs a bit more. Sadly, one time I really want to use them is to fight a freaking Lionel, but they have like a howl move that just despawns your constructs, which is really shitty. Through the balls to fight some Gleoks though, and even the King Gleoks. I've got a whole system for them. When you fight a Lionel first, get their Savage Bow, which shoots 3 arrows at once, and you slap a Keysai on that to make it seek out the heads. And you just, you know, fire that off a few times real quick, and the heads automatically die. You don't have to aim at all. And you wail on the downed body. Great. Satisfying to do, because you can still melt you pretty quick if you aren't fast enough. Especially when you get to like his last phase where it's supposed to be a whole thing, and you just knock him out before he gets to do any of the attacks for it. That feels pretty good. I've also almost filled up my display rooms with unique weapons, so I might actually start using the new ones that I find, rather than just holding on to them because I don't want them to break. I know you can buy them again with postals after they break, but I'd like... Feels wrong. Feels wrong to break all the unique gear. Right, so I guess the only thing to really talk about is just the Zora area. It was cool. And, you know, you do some Mario Sunshine stuff. There's, like, mud falling from the sky. And you start to play with the splash flutes and the hydrants, which I thought the hydrant was kind of useless before, but, you know, you needed to clear away the mud. So you, like, slap it on a weapon, or you just pick it up and carry it around your head, like Flood. And you just clean stuff up, and it was neat. The Zora armor is once again mandatory. You need it to swim up waterfalls, but only the chest piece. You don't get to use the other two parts of the set until after you finish the whole quest line, because they come from quests rather than exploring like it was before, which I did not appreciate, because obviously you do the most swimming in this particular area. It would have been nice to have the full max swim speed. Alright guys, I'm being sloppy. The temple was cool. It was weird how there was like a whole long ascent before you ever got the "you are now in the temple" cutscene thing, but you know, like the whole build up to it was cool. It was like a longer dungeon, I guess. And when you get to the top, you got like your 3-part puzzle to activate the thing and fight the boss. It was kind of like a Divine Beast setup, but you know, the whole lead up to it gave it a different feel. A lot more puzzle centric than the pyramid one though. isn't a bad thing, you know, all of them should have a distinct feel from each other, so with the two that have played both feeling pretty different, that's a good thing. And they obviously all had, you know, their own puzzle mechanics with whatever's going on in the area. That one's more water focused. You play with like buoys and electricity on water. And, you know, just raising water levels and stuff and cleaning up the goops. And you had the boss, which also involved cleaning up the goops, keeping that puzzle element in there. Yeah, that was all a good time. And then you get your new sage ability, like a bubble shield or an attack, not just a fucking free life. Which is good, because the free life was like such a throwaway thing that I took for granted. The shield you have to like activate more actively, and the wave is kind of useful. I also finally got the answer as to how the sages will function, and that you get to have like a full-ass party. You get to use both of them at once. Which I wasn't expecting, because the game already has some performance dips at times. I thought you'd only have one out at once, but, you know, I'm gonna have like a whole little army to fight the Demon King's army that I ran into earlier, so that's good. Especially since I upgraded them with the Sage's Blessings. Like, gave them the super versions of their tribe weapons. Makes their auto attacks a little stronger, even if they don't attack frequently. You know, it's like, they're doing stuff when I'm not hitting the guys, and that's good. It's adding up. I can't imagine how much damage you're going to be doing when I have 4. Still probably not as much as me, but, you know, they'll be useful. The last message, can't take it anymore of this. My heart is breaking when I look into the hungry eyes of my family. Still trying to smile, saying that someday this horror will end. But I know the truth. They also understand this. There is no salvation. I've stashed a bullet for each of us. There's no need for them to do. Goodbye, beloved. I hope you'll forgive me. I don't think this is the place. The only bad thing I can say about that experience was that their issues seemed less serious than what was going on in Gerudo Town. The Gerudo Town had sandstorms and a fucking zombie invasion. And these people have dirty water. I get that they're fish, but like, it's just a little dirty. It's not like you can't swim in it. And it's not like they can't make their own filtration system or anything either. Like, join the rest of the world, damn. Here we go, this is the place.
Someone wounded really wanted to get inside this room.
Key evidence? Key evidence? Oh. Why'd they want to get in this room so bad? Bullets. Maybe they were coming in here to get the gun. Get the gun. My voice cracked.
Whatever happened in this lab, it has nothing to do with normal science.
Sexy science. Sexy science.
She won't tell you about the Cthygonnaar or God. She won't talk to you. Only the seed may know.
I'm the seed. Will she talk to me?
I don't think these tools were used for surgery.
Let's see, outfits. I found a lot more outfits. I have like 4 variations of the green tunic now, which is hilarious because of, you know, the distinct lack of it in Breath of the Wild. It was your final reward for doing all the shrines, but there was only one, and now I have how many of them, as well as the Fierce Deity suit. No, it's cool looking at them all side by side and seeing how they're different from one another. You got the Twilight Princess set, which is like actual armor, and I love it. Octarium and Persetti. Periski. The essential salts of animals may be prepared and preserved. Igneous man may have the whole arc of Noah in his own study, and rise and find shape of animal out of the ashes and pleasure by the Ake method from the essential salts of human dust. A philosopher may, without any criminal necromancy, call the shape of any dead ancestor from the dust, whereunto his body had been incinerated. The law of equivalent exchange is the one and only truth. The salt 43 milligram. I don't remember the whole shtick. He's talking about the things that make up a person's body, you know.
Used for surgery.
You salt, iron, sodium, whatever, all that crap, and then, you know, it doesn't make a human. Where's the soul? That's fine. We believe in God. I guess. All you're left with is a pile of dust. It doesn't just become a person. But, like, there's obviously more to it. I don't know why anybody thought that would work. You get a pile of dust when you make a cake too. You still need to throw it in the fucking oven before anything happens. But what I'm saying is, you need to stuff all that dust up someone's butt, and then it will grow into a baby. Wow, that's a pretty big setback. What the hell? We're at a different save point though, so I know that we got the first house logged at least. I don't know if I talked about it before, but Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild both have like a secret XP system, and I've like totally been seeing the benefits of that now that I'm in the late game. Basically, as you kill up to a certain amount of each type of enemy, and as you do like specific things to them, like getting a headshot or a parry or a dodge, perfect dodge, I mean. All those give you like points on your character's profile, whatever, and, like it's XP. And when you get enough of that, the loot tables should start to shift in your favor. So you won't be finding rusty, shitty equipment anymore. Enemies will just casually be dropping royal gear. And then you'll start finding like enhanced versions of the shitty stuff too, with enchantments on it and bonus effects. And, you know, everything that drops is just good now. I want it all. But also the enemies scale up a bit, like that's how I start trickling in more of the silver and black types. And you wouldn't have seen too many of them before. I feel like it's done better here, because you start in the center of the map and they really have no control over where you're going first now. Because before you kind of started in the south and all the hard stuff was guaranteed to be up north.
I don't think these tools were used for surgery.
I feel like the evidence stayed collected, because there's no swirly eyes. The game also keeps track of all the like mini bosses that you've killed and you get yourself a badge for killing a certain amount of each type of them. Gives you a bit more reason to actually hunt them down when you see them. And when they respawn, they have like a little star next to their name, so you can help you keep track of it, kind of. I wish they had like map markers or something. Like, you can place your own, obviously, but so I knew which ones I have already taken out. Because you can only place so many of your own. I doubt there's enough to get them all. Did I only knock him down and you resurrect? Is that what that effect was? Is this thing immortal? Have to knock its light out? New mechanic? My vision, please stop being fish-eyed. Thanks. Alchemist Journal. 7th of June, materialization successful, had to burn subject with acid to make talk. Who could imagine the entrance was the crypt? Materialization successful, hard to understand the deceased dialect, very old, knows nothing about stopping madness. Raymond found the mummy I was after. She refuses to discuss Cthygonnaar madness, even acid didn't help. To drain Raymond wants his gold, but she remained silent, told me not K chosen, must try harder. Usha may wish for death, but as long as I have her essential salts, I can revive her. There'll be no escape from the pain. Okay, so I need to find her urn and spread out her essential salts. Unless this is it right here.
It looks like it contains ashes mixed with salt. I do not want to know its origin.
The entrance was the crypt, so I'm guessing that's the graveyard up in Reed Heights, this place.
You promised we'd be rich, Hill. Go ask her about gold. Not that nonsense about Cthygonnaar or seals.
Cthygonnaar got the gold.
You broke the ceiling circles.
Help me, you bastard! Stop this monstrosity! Let me in!
Time to figure this out.
Ow. Go interrogator.
You promised we'd be rich, Hill. Go ask her about gold. Not that
Patty sang
nonsense
bass.
about Cthygonnaar. You broke the ceiling circles.
And then she killed them.
Help me, you bastard! Stop this monstrosity! Let me in!
Joseph Hill and Raymond tortured Usha to find out how to get inside Cthygonnaar. But she got free and attacked them. Hill fled, leaving Raymond alone with her.
Stop! She has something to say.
Raymond? I was looking for you. We have to talk about the undead Mayan.
You don't need to hurt her. She knows what you want. She can offer a deal.
And she?
What deal are you talking about?
You, chosen, must descend into the depths, into the shell. She knows the way.
Mm-hmm.
I need to enter to stop the madness. If you tell me how to do it, I won't pursue you.
Generous. She has another offer. Help her, and she will tell you how to meet your destiny.
Last I heard, you were trying to shoot Usha, but now you're her messenger. Why the about-face?
She took this body as her vessel. She doesn't want to frighten you.
Well, using a man as a puppet is still creepy, Usha. And what exactly am I supposed to do?
Kill sorcerer Joseph. He does not let her rest. He will pursue and enslave her once again.
Man, you could just tell him to leave her alone.
Why should I kill Joseph? And why do you keep calling him a sorcerer?
He woke her up, plundered her body, forced her to breathe once more, cut her, pierced her, burned her, kept her in chains.
You want revenge.
She wants freedom. No freedom while the sorcerer lives.
I mean, I could just kill you.
You could have just told Joseph what he wanted. What difference would it have made?
The sorcerer does not deserve these gifts. He is guided by pride and greed. She waited for the K chosen to appear, and here you are, marked, tied up by fate. She sees it in your eyes, wide shut.
What will you do after you're free?
Live.
Okay.
If I do what you ask, where will we meet?
Among the stone fingers in the Garden of the Dead.
Oh, can't you just tell it straight? I've had enough riddles for a lifetime.
She believes your mind is not that weak.
Well, I'm not gonna kill a guy. That's fucked up. You're already dead.
I'm not that easy to fool, Usha. I won't kill the only man who can stop you.
Then we will meet again as foes. You may be chosen, but you are not unique.
Well, I am when the rest of them are all dead now. Okay. Mind Palace. You Resurrector. Usha wants him dead. Bill betrayed Raymond, the body snatcher, to bring him Usha's corpse. When she got free, Hill abandoned. Getting sleepy. Been a hard day. A lot of energy wasted trying to breathe. I'm done. I'll probably just pop a Benadryl. Hope I'm better when I wake up. The tomb? No. He'll revive the dead for answers. I ain't playing this bullshit anymore. Usha told Hill nothing. Usha was tortured by Joseph Hill. Told nothing because she is not a seed. Usha's hideout is underwater in her tomb. The entrance is in the cemetery, marked with 5 finger-shaped stones. Exactly what Joseph Hill asked me to find out. Usha will help me if I kill Hill. Usha wants revenge on Hill, but can't do it herself. She promised me secrets of Cthygonnaar as a reward. I mean, I'll get it either way. Usha's proposal is a trap. She could wait for me to kill Joseph, then refuse to tell me anything about Cthygonnaar. Usha tells me about Cthygonnaar. I could use a deal with Usha to learn the secrets of Cthygonnaar. She'll only tell them to the seed. Hill could be my ally. You can help me get inside Cthygonnaar. We share the same goal, stopping the madness. Usha must be killed, though Hill is obsessed with resurrecting the dead and may yet create more dangerous abominations. He shares my goal of stopping the madness. Usha is a blood-sucking monster who cannot be trusted. I must kill her and bring... Well, I mean, that's true. Usha is a monster. This guy can't really be trusted either. Hill is just using me to deal with Usha, and not to, like he used Raymond, a man who's not to be trusted. Usha and Hill must both them. Maybe. It doesn't matter whom I had to deal. Both Usha and Joseph are dangerous to Oakmont and its people. Best thing to do is get the information any way I can, then kill them both. Well, Usha would need to continue feeding on Oakmonters. She knows firsthand how to enter Cthygonnaar. Hill is a mad alchemist and cannot be trusted. He betrayed Raymond and lied to me before. I need to kill him to prove Usha I'm on her side. Yeah, seems like they both need to be taken care of. So let's find out how Hill plans on killing Usha, and then we'll kill Hill. Alright, we need to get back up there. What else did I play? Anima, Gate of Memories to Nameless Chronicles. We talked about Gate of Memories not crazy long ago, like a couple months. It might have been during this playthrough, or that, or Psychonauts. But, I wasn't entirely sure what I was getting into. I bought this as, like, a pack with Anima. Or, you know, the other game. And it wasn't really clear if this was a re-release with additional content, or a new game, or, like, a standalone expansion, or sequel, or prequel. So, let me clarify. This is a standalone expansion that happens alongside the other game, but it also spoils the fuck out of the other game's story, so definitely play this one second. I mean, right off the bat, they just, like, give you the whole big plot reveal that you had to get towards the end of the game before. You go to similar locations, but there's a couple new areas. You play the Nameless character. Which means that you don't have a second character to switch between. Instead, you have, like, a power attack thing, which is kind of nice. To, like, have something that can modify your spells. And, like, have a confirmed guard break. It actually feels pretty good. But the combat's more or less the same. Abilities are all very similar, though the skill tree has been trimmed down. Probably because the game is a fair bit shorter. You can beat it in like 5 hours. 10 if you're trying to do everything, or grinding, because it actually gets pretty difficult. Grinding as in exploring, going the extra mile, fighting optional bosses. You get good gear, which I absolutely needed. So, I think the lighting and particle effects were updated between the two. Like, it's obviously still the same engine, but it looks a little better. But again, the gameplay's more or less the same, so there's not really anything to talk about there. It's just, I don't know, it kind of works a little better when you don't have to switch between two characters that are more or less the same. Like, it feels better, it feels more focused. The length was a fair bit shorter, but, you know, it just made it, you know, again, feel more focused. There was less meandering, you just, like, go straight through the story. There wasn't any too big breaks between cool stuff happening. They get all the old plot reveals out of the way early, let you focus on the new stuff being revealed to you, which I guess was a good thing. But I also wish they just, like, didn't spoil the other game. But it does explain stuff, like when you talk to the Nameless in the other game, he's always dropping hints that he knows what's going on, and like you don't. And yes, because he did. He knew exactly what was going on from the beginning. He didn't have to find out anything. It was so obvious to him. We're gonna talk to Hill.
I need an explanation, Joseph.
No? What did you want to know?
I found the laboratory, Joseph. The one used to raise dead from the ashes and salt.
So then you understand why I need Usha's body. She knows what we both need. The way inside Cthygonnaar.
You revived the dead, then tortured them. That's an abomination.
Do not rush to judgment, Reed. They had their time. Would you truly value one old life over the suffering of millions? They're not even human. Those specters, monstrosities, they are just the vessels of their former knowledge. You can't compare them to the living.
But they are living now. Or is that not what you thought you did?
You tormented Usha to get the knowledge you were after. Why?
She refused to tell me what I needed. I was trying to find another way, but until the spell was found, I used more mundane methods.
Like pouring acid on her?
It was stubborn, no longer human. I was forced to try everything. Every time I recreated her, she told me I didn't deserve the knowledge.
I know you had a deal with Raymond, the man who brought you the mummy. What happened to him?
Nothing he didn't deserve. This newcomer, he was only interested in treasure. It's his fault Usha is after us now.
He's her toy now, possessed and tormented. But it was you who let this happen.
Me? I did not free her, and for Kay's sake, why should I risk everything to save an imbecile? My mission is of far greater importance.
Usha made me a proposal. She's willing to help me get inside Cthygonnaar.
What? Surely not. It must be a trap.
You didn't even ask me what she wanted in return.
I fear I know already. She wants me dead. Dane, she's using you, Reed! She knows I'm the only one who can stop her. I have already prepared the unguent to prevent her resurrection. Please,
That was an
just
unguent.
finish this as planned?
Now calm down, Joseph. I'm not fool enough to believe a blood-sucking monster. Just thought you ought to know.
Okay. You scared me for a moment. But if we're finished here, you should probably continue your search.
I know where Usha is. It's the same crypt that Raymond was diving in.
So, she returned to the tomb. Fine, we'll strike now. Prepare your guns.
What's the plan?
I've formulated an elixir that should damage her unnatural body. Coat your bullets in it, and go and slay the monstrosity. Just don't forget to collect her ashes afterwards. I'll prepare everything we need and wait nearby. Soon we'll both have our answers.
Oh, I planned on killing him first, but yeah, I guess it can happen after. Order of operations ain't a big deal. Okay, what was I saying? But yeah, the story just focuses more so on filling in the Nameless, figuring out how he learned his name, which was like part of the true ending before he learned his name and he just tells it to you out of nowhere. And what was funny about it was his name was John, and I was like, is that a pseudonym or is that actually your fucking name? Because it's John, and it's the generic name, you know, literally the first name. Yeah, his story was interesting. You also, of course, get to fight the boss that you got cucked out of. And, like, the second boss or whatever. So you do have to go collect some memories. And they're not read to you this time. Instead, you get, like, some scratchy art cutscenes with music. It's more atmospheric. But it's silent, so you gotta read it yourself, which I guess is fine. Without any way to mute the narrator before, it was honestly a little distracting, because you're like sitting there trying to read it yourself, but it's also being read to you, and you just keep losing your place, so you gotta like wait for them to read it a lot slower than you're capable of reading it, and you know, it's a whole thing. I have mixed opinions about that kind of stuff, but I didn't dislike the new presentation of it. And the scratchy artwork and stuff reminded me of, Luca, Born of a Dream. Which again had good atmosphere. The game's short. I obviously feel like a pretty steep power ramp at times. I thought the combat worked just a little better with the rage mode as opposed to it being a character switch. But there were still some bosses I found were needlessly difficult, especially with the camera not always being
Good day
great.
to you, kind sir. I hope that angels will be more merciful to you than they were with me. Oh, poor me.
Did something happen?
Some Danes robbed the graves in the cemetery. If I don't find the body soon, city council will find out. But I have no idea where to start. I'll be fired, I know it. And it's the only job I'm fit for. That's what my mama said.
I can help you. I'm quite experienced at finding people alive, usually.
Oh, thank the angels, kind sir. I'll repay you, I will. You'll find the 3 robbed graves in the cemetery. I marked them, and you don't need to muck up your suit-lugging bodies round, sir. I can do that. Just find all 3 and tell me where they are. Please.
Huh. Another thing, before you had like 2 weapon slots, and they didn't show up on your character, and you had 2 accessory slots, those didn't show up either. This time,
Sure weren't ordinary grave robbers.
you only have 1 weapon slot, and it does show up, like the weapons are modeled, and that's a nice addition. And they replaced it with, 1 weapon slot and 3 accessories instead.
These sure weren't ordinary grave robbers.
Life?
These sure weren't ordinary grave robbers.
There we go. During the exclamation of a mage, you need to protect yourself. Use the following signs and incantations to submerge the magician's mind in a deep astral realm. There's a library stamp at the bottom of the page. Property of Ocelot, closed section, European literature, 19th century. So I can track down who checked out that book, I guess, at the library. As opposed to like 5 or 6 areas, there's only 3 you go through this time. Or, yeah, 3. Now, again, it's a fair bit shorter, a fair bit quicker, but there's some bonus content. Thought things just worked a little bit better, though it got needlessly hard at times, and there isn't really a good place to go grind if that's what you want to do. In fact, most of the areas have enemies that don't even respawn, so your options for grinding scenery is extremely limited. There are a couple endings to get. You can easily get them all in one playthrough. One is like the bad end, one or you just reload and go for the actual end. It's just a simple choice. You didn't need to do any prep work to get it this time. And then if you fight this secret boss, you get like an addition to the end as a cutscene. So that one technically different ending, but it just tacks on.
Very neat.
I didn't have to replay the game at all.
A lot of time opening it.
Apparently there's like a new area if you do replay, but like there's no achievement related to it. I didn't care. Note left on a grave. My beloved Virginia, I'm fulfilling your final wish. You will rest in your own house forever. Forgive me, I was not brave enough to declare my love to you when you were among the living. I will atone for my mistake.
Virginia Cooper, 1887 to... another victim of the flood. Honorable citizen.
But someone brought them back to their house. I mean, there isn't really much to say about the game that I didn't say about the previous one, because they're both like the same thing still. Other than just, you know, it looks a little better and plays slightly better, but also more or less the same. I didn't actually notice before, but apparently Critical voice acted the character Zero. So, you know, it's no wonder I thought that the voice acting was a mixed bag before. You got a fucking S-less actor on the team, and, you know, everybody else's performance is just gonna pale in comparison to his. But, you know, I thought that the Nameless did a pretty solid job this time, too. What was weird is that it didn't say Charles White Jr. in the credits. It literally said Critical with the freaking Leet Speak spelling.
All these bites are fresh. Ah, poor guy. His death wasn't fast.
Ah. So the other game had, like, a lot of endings, like, bonus endings for, like, beating characters early, stuff that you'd get on New Game Plus when you're stronger. I was surprised there wasn't, like, an alternate route where you just killed the protagonist early and stopped the whole game from happening. That just wasn't an option this time.
All these bites are fresh. Ah, poor guy. His death wasn't fast.
But yeah, I liked it. It was short. I did it in like one session. Well, you know, a longer session again. It took like 5 hours, but, you know, by the time I was ready to get off, I was like, well, there's very clearly not much left for me to do. I should just finish it. And so while I would recommend playing it if you enjoyed the other game, don't play it on its own because it spoils the fuck out of the other game. And, like, I'm pretty sure I got them bundled together for like $5. So, you know, just get them together, play them both, alright? And yeah, I do think they're worth your time. They are a little jank, but, you know, developers getting there. And that secret ending definitely had some, like, sequel baiting. You see, like, a new direction they can go. And that's cool, that's cool. I'm looking forward to that. I'll pay attention to it for sure.
All these bites are fresh. Ah, poor guy. His death wasn't fast.
So yeah, and it gets a recommend with the caveat that, like, play the other game first. think that the value of it is, like, significantly diminished if you did not. Where the hell am I supposed to be looking? It's gotta be, like, one of those triangles, right? No, okay, jeez, there's the trail.
Coffin was barely covered with dirt. The gravedigger could do a better job. Scratches are fresh. Looks broken from the inside out.
Uh-huh. Where's this tomb I'm supposed to be finding? I obviously have to leave the cemetery to locate the other bodies, but, like, I don't want to do what I came here for. There's one more game on the list, right? Oh, jeez Christ. Edge of Eternity, I finished it. Just in time for Baldur's Gate. I think to clear up the space I needed. So, I started the game a couple years ago. And I gave it like 20 hours at first, then I think Elden Ring came out, and I just like stopped and didn't go back to it for about a year. And then when I did get back to it, the stream go down. Drops. Stream disconnected. Oops. Oh. As long as I'm aware of it. Jeez. I have to re-upload this. Guess we don't need that up anymore, do we? What was I saying? I went back to it and I played like a little bit past where I got to before, and then I took another little break. Then I played a bit more, took another break, and then this time I like got in there and finished it. It was simultaneously longer and shorter than I thought. Like, there were some areas that just dragged on. The Act 2 especially was just like a lot of big open areas, and the Act 3 was a lot shorter. Act 4 was like, you know, they were all a lot more linear. And you get to the final act and you're just walking all over the areas that you've already been to, going to new dungeons, but you know, it goes by a lot quicker because you have the fast travel network all set up already. So, like, the pacing felt weird. Similar to the pacing being, like, inconsistent. This, like, everything about the game's kind of inconsistent. Like, the combat starts fun, and then it gets very samey because you're stuck with two characters for most of the game. You get a third one, and then they take them away from you, and then pretty late in the game you get your third and fourth characters. And things change a bit. You're able to take on like bigger crowds of enemies. That makes things a little more exciting. You also get XP quicker from doing that. Characters 3 and 4 also have like unique mechanics. They're not quite the same as yours, which is also interesting. But again, it takes like a really, really long time, like 30, 40 hours before you get them.
Very neat. Someone spent a lot of time opening it. Virginia Cooper, 1887 to... another victim of the flood.
Here's the thing. So the game has like a hex grid that you move around on, and then you do active time battle combat. Like you have a meter based on your speed stat that fills up, and when it's full you get to do an action. So you like mix that with positioning. So like there's range on your spells, and you can get backstabs and stuff like that. Sometimes guys will do like a charge up attack, highlight a tile you have to move out of. There's some environmental stuff that can affect the tiles, like you can get a buff from staying next to a crystal, or maybe there's an explosive somewhere. Turrets, catapults on the map that you can take advantage of. And all that's pretty cool, but again, when you only have 2 people, it's really difficult to take advantage of that positioning, because those 2 people you're stuck with are a fighter and a mage. So the fighter needs to stand still and protect the mage. There's almost no point in the positioning for over half of the game.
This masterfully carved head seems like a real treasure. So, Raymond was not...
That aside, the combat itself is like fine. I thought it was cool how when you attack an enemy in the old world, you're gonna fight that enemy as well as the surrounding enemies, like they stay intact. If you're near any landmarks, like one of the catapults or crystal, you're going to spawn about there. It's not 1-to-1, but it feels like the maps are all generated in world space when you initiate a fight. And that's pretty cool.
Something feels wrong with this statue. There's no trace of seaweed on it.
The voice acting is like mixed. It's spotty as well. Sometimes there'll be voice acting, sometimes there won't be. You'll get silent cutscenes occasionally. I don't know if those are bugs or if they're meant to be that way. And I don't know, man. This story is a slow burn too. They keep dropping like hints of stuff, and it's not until you get to the end where you realize all of it was building on something where it kind of felt pointless before. And not just pointless, it stays interesting because it seems like everybody is fucking insane. Like these characters are completely unhinged seemingly, but you know, they get rationalized a bit more. And that was interesting. I would say overall I thought the story was pretty good by the end, but you know, it took a long time to get there. And it also left some like pretty big untied plot ends. Like there could have been more game but I guess they ran out of budget, or maybe they intended for a sequel to be there.
She forbids you to go further.
There's a lot of unresolved
The
stuff.
sorcerer still lives.
I came to put an end to you, undead abomination.
Then you will suffer. This will be your doom now.
I will say the developer isn't like, they didn't put out a shitty game and like forget about it. They've been working on it for the years that it's been out. It's been out for like 2-3 years at this point. And they just now put out the final patch, I think, before they would start working on something else. And these patches have all been significant. I'm talking new features, new content, bug fixes, of course, but you know, they just like completely changed the beginning of the game. I have no idea what the intro is anymore. Maybe they cut out Act 0, which was kind of weird pacing-wise. Maybe they changed some cutscenes, got rid of some of the cringe from like stuff that wouldn't match the quality of what was later in the game. It was all very, very strange. But you know, I appreciate the thought. However, it also seems like there's a lot of content missing still. Like, there's this Neckaroo farm you buy in Act 2. It seems like you're gonna be rebuilding it throughout the story, and that just doesn't happen. And that was apparently like a stretch goal or something, like it was on the roadmap, and it's still not implemented years later, even though the game went through an early access period. And, you know, it was full release at some point, they still didn't do everything on the roadmap. Not that the game's short or anything, there's plenty to do. Jeez. So the game is like heavily inspired by Final Fantasy VII. That's why I had the active time battles, but it also has a materia system for acquiring spells. You like slot them into weapon sockets, see if you passive bonuses based on what socket and what color. And each gem has a color, so those give you specific kinds of spells. I liked it at first, but again, that's part of what led into things feeling so samey. Like, your character doesn't have a class or anything like that. And then, you know, your skill progression is entirely reliant on these crystals, which also come with stats. So, like, you get a pretty big power ramp early on when you, like, figure out, or you just start getting enough crystals to actually fill in your weapons, and you get a bunch of bonus stats from them, and you fuse them together to get even more stats. That's a little satisfying. But anyways, you're stuck with, like, your protagonist, Darian. He only has one set of skills for each of the colors, but then your mage, Celine, she'll have, like, Fire Rift 1, and then that'll be the name of it, and you're stuck with Fire Rift 1 until almost the last act of the game. Then you'll start finding Fire Rift 2s. And, you know, I get there wasn't that much in Final Fantasy, right? There was only about 3 spell tiers, you know? You got Fyra, and Fyraza or whatever. Persona rules, same shit. But here there's only 2 tiers, and again, they wait a very long time to introduce that second tier. The hell? And cultist. I don't know, there's a lot that I like about the game, there's a lot I wish I liked more, but like the pacing is weird, and just like quality has highs and lows that are very noticeable. It's just an extremely mixed bag of a game. Like, you know, it was an overly ambitious project for such a small team, but they put something out and it was okay. I don't think that it wasn't worth my time, but I also, like, can't recommend it as, like, a good, finished feeling product. If you are super into those kinds of games, if you loved Final Fantasy VII, you could check it out and you probably wouldn't have a terrible time, but, like, I'm not just gonna tell someone to play this. Someone who isn't jonesing for that. I'm gonna point them towards something that feels a little more finished. Felt very interesting stuff with this story. Again, I thought it was pretty good by the end, and while the pacing was off and stuff like that, I thought the combat was fun for a while at least. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Do I leave? Oh, and I'm still not entirely sure why the game was called Edge of Eternity. I mean, it sounded cool, and there could be like a bit more of a philosophical, abstract meaning to it that I can maybe pull out of my ass, but there is no clear reason. Check the casebook. What the hell am I doing? I killed Usha, thanks, and now I've got her ashes. Oh, so I didn't have to pick up her ashes, I just need to return them. I was looking for an urn or something. Or I thought that he'd show up because he said he'd be somewhere nearby, but he wasn't. So anyways, I guess I have to give the game like a 5. There's potential for it to be like higher than that, but you know, it's still got some bugs. There's still a lot of stuff that feels blatantly unfinished. If there was just less of this game, if it was a more scaled down product, I think that like the story and combat could have made it like a better thing, like a 6-7 range. There still needs to be a bit more depth to things, but just like cutting out a lot of that filler that's unfinished and stuff would make things a whole lot simpler.
I found Usha. She won't bother anyone again.
That's great news. together her remains, the ashes?
I did. We need to talk, Joseph. You promised you'd tell me how to reach Cthygonnaar.
I'll remember, don't worry. I'll need some time to gather everything. Let's meet in my lab.
Are you going to revive her again?
This time, it won't be as difficult. In just a short while, we'll have the answer. We can steer mankind away from catastrophe.
His lab, does that mean the secret lab or his house? Oh, 2 hours. Maybe I will do this. Rest in peace. Alright, so I don't need to look for 3. That's one body found. Found a letter and a basket of flowers and graves, obviously missing. Description on 2 known. Virginia Cooper. Maybe check at City Hall. And the library. Both from the same island.
Your cemetery is almost sunken, and half of its graves are ruined. Why do you care about these 3 in particular?
They were dug up by some people. That's bad. Others are sunken, taken by the mayor. That's not bad. You must not touch what was taken by the mayor, or the waters will curse you. That's what my mom...
Bye.
I didn't talk about the crafting system. Basically you grind out materials from monsters or money, and you can buy the materials if you don't want to grind them out, which is a pretty good use for money because you don't spend it on anything else. You can buy equipment, but whatever you craft, if you craft the same thing, it'll be just a little better than what you can buy, so it's worth it to craft. And, you know, since you can buy all the materials, it's worth it to not grind, and, you know, it's that part's alright. I think it's just fine for the armor, but the menu is a bit of a slog to go through after you've sufficiently filled it with recipes. There's no good way to really sort it, and it kind of just groups things together. Like, you'll have all the all the male chest pieces and all the female chest pieces, and then all the male hoods and all the female hoods. Technically it's like heavy and light gear, I guess, like rogue and sorcerer are grouped together and warriors are grouped together, but it's the 2 boy characters and the 2 girl characters. Or there are 3 girl characters, but again, one of your companions disappears. Where I take issue with it is with the weapons, though. And not that that's necessarily bad. You find recipes by, like, digging around or in chests, and then you make your weapons, and these weapons all have unique effects. But you grind them, like, 1 set at a time, right? There's 4 sets. There's, like, the stone, the soul, the techno mage, and the dragon set. And they're all, like, isolated by act, so each one is better than the last. So everything in the stone tree, that's Act 1, is worse than everything in the soul, is worse than everything in the techno mage. And so on. And that's shitty because they all have unique effects. So, like, the stone one generates a shield periodically that tanks a hit for you. And that's pretty cool. I'd want that on one of my characters at all time if the weapon damage scaled to late game, but it doesn't. So you end up throwing out a cool effect in favor of something else that's maybe not at all useful. Like the Soul series, you have to do like 6 attacks to get bonus damage on one of your attacks. And that works great on Darien when he has high speed. But on Celine, who's casting like maybe 2-3 spells a fight, it's trash. It's just literally just there to provide her with stats. Yeah, we're not going to talk about how the lights just turned themselves on after a weird sound. That was fucking creepy. Uh... 19th century records. Virginia Cooper, Maple Lane, Polaris Road, Old Church Road. I knew that sounded familiar. Stop at the library too. So yeah, that was a little shitty. I wish that it would just, like, give me the level 1 recipe of each one in Act 1, and then the level 2s in the next act. But instead, they make you go through the whole tree all at once, and that, like, ruined what could have otherwise been, like, a cool choice. The weapons all looked pretty sick, but because I got, like, everything that you craft is better than what you find, so when you find weapons out in the wild, or when you get them as quest rewards, and they're all unique modeled. You're not just getting trash loot all the time. They're trash loot. You don't use them because you already crafted the good thing, and it has more effects than them. There's just no point. It's just kind of sad. And the game has mod support, so you can like reskin specific weapons. But again, there's no point because they have stats associated with them and they get outclassed. Unless you want to completely replace an entire set of uniquely modeled weapons with one single model, you're not going to see much use out of your mod. Restricted section. Uh, 19th century. European. Secrets Beyond the Veil. Author, categories, closed section, European literature, publisher unknown, last reader, Fabian Coswick, official address, East Riverside, Providence Avenue, St. Elmo, and Victory Lane. Okay, so North Salvation Harbor, Maple, between Polaris and Old Church. We'll go to that one second because it's next to where we're trying to go anyways, right? No, never mind. Or, yeah, it's close enough, I guess. And then this one, cover side, Is that right here? Providence Avenue in St. Elmo and Victory. St. Elmo, Providence, Victory, so right here. Oh, also, I should have mentioned that speed was king. Like, all the other stats are kind of useless in comparison, because, like, yeah, I can do 1 more damage by adding a little bit of attack, or I can just attack more frequently and do a lot more damage, and, you know, be able to avoid attacks, and, you know, position myself effectively without wasting turns. You know, you still waste turns, but you can position without the enemy getting a turn and repositioning to fuck you over. Stuff like that. Like, speed was just the most important stat. It was king. Which made the whole gem slotting thing a little more tedious, because you wouldn't put in any gems that didn't have speed boosts on them. You could, but again, there wouldn't be much point to it. Much more effective to get speed. It trumps every other stat, even if it's a big bonus to it. Oh, and it was nice how there was like a ×2 up to ×4 speed for combat. It made grinding a lot quicker. However, if you turn it on during story fights, they'll like talk, and that dialogue will be sped up or it'll get cut off because of the speed, and that's kind of shitty. It doesn't account for that.
Oh, the smell. Wonder why monsters didn't come running.
Oi.
Oh, the smell. I wonder why monsters didn't come running.
Close the map as cemetery with graves and images, and be careful. No one can see you digging up corpses. To be nameless scary, please especially be careful with that. Recommend you use secrets beyond the veil. Retouched coffin. I was hunting sorcerers
And
or whatever.
here's our missing dead man.
Cool, cool. Go. I knew the hits weren't connecting. Like his entire hitbox got turned off, only his head. The only other thing on my list was Bungo Stray Dogs Season 4. There's not much to say. We've talked about the show a few times now and the movie. And I'm just like, yeah, it's consistently okay. Whenever they do like a past arc, I'm like, this is way better. And that's how this season started. It was Rompo meeting the boss, so like his first case. Now he discovered his powers as a super detective, and you know, they're totally fake, bullshit, made up. He doesn't have any special ability at all, but whatever. And you know, that was loosely related to what was going on in the present arc, and I just did not care about what was going on in the present arc. Like, yeah, there's fights, but I do not give a shit. As per usual. It's weird how they just, like, completely lose me. But then they have, like, really compelling stuff when the freaking past arcs. The standout thing here was, again, what I thought was a hiatus, like what happened with 2 other shows that season. It's the one that didn't come back. It just kind of ended in a really strange place. And then it's, like, airing again now as Season 5. And it, like, picked up exactly where they left off. I know I didn't miss any episodes. It's still going through the same arc, but it's a different season now, I guess. And that really freaking confused me. And so far, there have not been any new past arcs in the 5th season. So, as you can tell, I'm just like, eh, I'll watch it when I'm out of other things to watch. Nothing in the basement. Oh, I see. He said he'd let her rest in her house. He's must have been her husband. Brought her back and then killed himself so they can die together. Beloved Virginia, I'm coming to you. Thank you for the last most beautiful dinner of my life. I'm holding your hand despite the icy touch. I feel the warmth of your love. I'll see you in the next life.
Romantic. Not the first thing you'd expect to see in a flooded city. Apparently that's the body I'm looking for.
Pretty well preserved. Wonder if he fucked it. Yeah, it'll be like cold and dry then. I don't know, maybe soak it in some warm water first. Still dropping frames. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to re-upload this one.
Here. I wrote down the locations of all 3 missing corpses.
Thank all angels, kind sir. You saved me. I say, you did. Take this for your kindness. Plus, I will save you a good plot in the cemetery. Save you, quiet neighbors, fit for a gentleman.
Quiet neighbors?
Silent neighbors. So, what? You have noisy ones?
It happens, kind sir. Many people prefer to be burned than lie in some parts of the cemetery.
That's kind of you.
Mama said do unto others what's been done to you. So thank you, kind sir.
Bye.
Cool. Man of science. Okay, so now need to find that lab. This one. Oh yeah, I got a skill point too. I guess we'll put it into the rifle damage, why not? Nothing about the skill tree in this game really excites me, so I can't say it's been useless. all of it has actually been useful, but it hasn't made the game feel any different. Just a little easier. Okay. Oh.
Have you got what we needed from her?
Yes, yes, it all went better than expected. She revealed a lot, though not all of it I wanted to hear.
What did she say about the ruins under Oakmont?
It was some sort of temple or prison. I do not think she knows. She was just one member of the cult that worshipped the monoliths.
Is that all? I'm underwhelmed. And did you answer our most pressing question, how to get into Cthygonnaar?
Yes. Usha said you must find something called a K-finger on each of 3 monoliths. The first is in the city center, with 2 elsewhere. I take that once you've found the 3 K-fingers, you can complete the seal, and then return to the central monolith to open the path.
How can I make the central monolith open?
At least that part's easy. There's a place on it to put the seal.
I thought you were going to assist on my quest.
Not this time. There's a complication.
What sort of complication?
If what she told me is true, only those like you can use the seal. I would lose my mind by even trying.
Did Usha mention how to locate the 3 monoliths?
Apparently the fire worshippers know. I think they're at St. Michael's Church of the Burning Bush.
Well, I guess I'll start there. What waits inside? How will I know what to do to stop this madness from spreading?
It must be simple. She told me in her time they sent a man in who was able to fix it. If a Mayan savage succeeded, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Did he return?
I didn't ask.
Well,
So, I just have to find 3 monoliths with K-fingers to enter Cthygonnaar. That could have been worse.
Good luck, Reed. I'll continue to gather information, and will certainly inform you of any important developments.
In the same way, tormenting the dead.
What else can be done if the living know nothing?
I don't know. Archaeology.
The job's done. You've served your purpose.
Wait! You could still need me!
And I'll just bring you back, like Usha.
Get another knowledge point. I did. Oh boy. What am I spending this on? Their chances to not consume resources. Okay, so there's a monolith somewhere, and he didn't tell me where the other 2 would be, and I'm hoping I don't have to go into houses to find these. They're probably just like street markers or something. I just need to rest. I'm not looking for them yet. Okay. So I did look something up at some point. Apparently, you just get to choose your ending. I don't like... I don't know how any of the choices I made leading up to it change it, if at all. I'm guessing they probably don't. But that old save I have, we don't have to like play from there ever. I can just reload at the end of the game and pick the other two. So, you know, that's good for us as people who want to see the endings. As like a game in terms of replayability, I think that's like a big middle finger, especially considering there are all these choices leading up to it. You can just get all the ends without a second playthrough. I would expect, like, walk away to always be an option, then you get the good or bad based on your choices, but those most likely will not matter. So, yeah. Just thought I'd mention that. Sexy dream. What's our man of science look like? Like, doctor's pretty cool. Eh. Alright, this is all just newspaper reports about the stuff we did, I guess. I was wondering why nothing was happening. Getting more cutscenes. The hell was that? You know what? It did say Carpenter Air dead. I guess he's still alive, or was that his ghost? He's saying his life's on my hands. Let's see, I want to read that one now. Eternal sentence for life. Most famous mistakes Johannes Vanderberg has been solved. Byers was taken. His work, Carpenter family, doing my best to feel sense. Mr. Sky, given him the tragic circumstances of crime, I believe a more reasonable sentence is achievable. Misfortune has struck the Carpenter household. Graham Carpenter, son of the Grand family's head, Brutus, has been found dead in his room. Doctors suggested death was the result of food poisoning and have pointed the finger at Dad Fish as the... makes sense. Dr. Carpenter Sr. cremated his son, due honors, and immediately returned to active participation in family city life as long as vacation. I do not have time to mourn, he told the reporter. I have more important things to do. Canning factory murder, yep. Just reports on my quest. Since dark aeons before the age of man, Cthygonnaar lies beneath the ground, an eldritch prison. The rest of Dreamer's hidden daughter found and never leave, but those who would free her daughter, the Dreamer's seed, would only pass through her each turn of the cycle. Those carrying the scene are drawn to Cthygonnaar, driving by his visions. See Cthygonnaar open the way. Many will try and perish, and the stars right before the Dreamer soars above the house. One will succeed, the daughter shall be freed, and from the stolen moon the Dreamer shall spawn once more. Is this my fate? Will one who succeed die? Putting everything together. The source of the spreading madness is the Dreamer's hidden daughter, locked in Cthygonnaar. An eldritch prison below Oakmont. Only the sea can enter Cthygonnaar and may open it for those more close cycle. The entrance to Cthygonnaar is the monolith in central Advent. To open it, I must complete the seal by finding 3 stone cave fingers, growing on 3 monoliths around the city. The first is on the central monolith. To find the other 2, I need to seek fire worshippers. Sounds. Sorry, I just nodded off for a second there. Okay, so it was an Advent, Central Advent. You talking about this church here? That'd make the most sense to me. Monolith, cave figure. Gotta be the church. Or, you know, historical place at least. These are fire worshippers.
I can smell the gasoline even from here. Why would anyone need so much?
For fire, of course. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Revenge yourself. Time has come, brothers and sisters. We must cleanse ourselves before we face the new world. We shall leave behind our sorrows and fashions, make new life pure. Join the cleansing St. Michael's Church. Burning Bash. Did they self-immolate on stage? Damn.
You scared me. Who are you? Are you late for the cleansing too?
Guys, I'm sorry, I'm really sleepy.
And my name's Charles Reed. And you are?
Meryl. But just call me sister. We're all family after all, right?
Have you seen a place on this monolith with a piece of stone growing from it? I couldn't see anything on the outside.
Oh, I know what you speak of. It's at the bottom of the basement.
What happened here?
The cleansing. This cycle has come to its end, and the next is about to begin. So we must purify ourselves in the fire.
Wait, you mean they did it to themselves?
With joy, brother. Joy. We have waited long for this moment, but soon the cycle will begin anew, and we will be reborn in the new world, cleansed. You can leave all this behind, brother. A fresh start. Join us.
But how do you know? What if it's just suicide?
If the cycle doesn't restart, then we are truly blessed. For we'll avoid the great calamity. Angel showed us those horrors in our dreams. If we are not reborn in the new cycle, then the seed has succeeded, and the daughter is free, and that is no world worth living in.
Huh. What if I found another way?
You're a fire worshiper, yeah? Do you know which of the monoliths opens the way beneath the city?
Why do you ask?
I'm trying to stop all this madness from spreading.
A noble intention. We saw the stones you seek in our dreams. Father Nicholas knew how to find them, but I'm sorry. He hid his notes downstairs so only the seed can find them. People like you and me won't have much luck.
Are you planning to immolate yourself?
It is the cleansing, yes.
That seems like an awful way to die. Please, are you sure?
I am not scared of pain. Purity will be my passage to the new cycle.
You might want to think about it. You'll scream and scream in pain as the fire burns your flesh. It would be a slow and awful way to die.
Well, yes. Oh, maybe I should reconsider. May your path be clear, brother.
Alright, so she said the finger or the monolith. This must be the monolith. It's in the basement. Book of Holy Flame. The Lord has established his throne in heaven among the tongue of flame in the fiery pits. Those who pure shall rest by his feet, and the souls rejoice, and they will sing forever among the angels. The sinner, contrived, shall go to hell. The Heim, the devil sunken below, with the gold feet, silver cobblestones. They'll rest eternal suffering until the end of time. Take me to the basement.
lid's not closed tightly, and there's still some gas in the can. Seems like it was opened recently.
Recently. What's the secret? Is it more statues in disguise? Here we go.
Those who are pure shall rest by his feet, and their souls will rejoice, and they will sing forever among the angels.
Lucid dreaming, dream wandering. Someone's been studying hard.
Someone wants to return through the dreams. There has to be another door. There it is. Sure looked like a door to me. Alright. Oh.
Sleeping draft. A strong one.
This is a K finger.
This must be part of the seal.
Comes out of our nautilus shell. And we put the seal in this hole to open up the way. Any hint as to where the other ones are?
Looks like this was left for me.
The first monolith is, by its mere presence, shall transform a man from ordinary to renowned. Once the water rises, he'll be divine in human treasures never before seen. Drawing crowds acclaim his humble abode. Many shall praise him, transcribe his words, and share a face of paper. Seek the monolith, for it hides what seed desires under the azure cloak. The second monolith, portentous and proud, shall be delivered unto Oakmont with disciples 3, each identical to the last. They shall enter this world at uncertain hour as the first young citizens of Oakmont after the water rises. Seek the monolith, for it holds that which the sea desires. The second monolith is a set of triplets, and one of them has a K finger. It should either be the hospital or City Hall. I'd always like that. Triplets. Let's find them. I'm so fucking sleepy. This is ridiculous. I feel like I can pass out any minute. Okay, so second part. Subjects, citizens. After the flood. Citizens. Laura, Charlie, and Allison, Whitley, triplets, start of the flood, place of birth, railway station, Salvation Road, and Moorland Road, Western Shells. Mom dead in childbirth, unknown father. Shells West. Salvation Road? Oh, this is a rail station. Moorland. Yeah. It's a thing. God. I messed up the mic a little. We good here? Yeah. That's still disabled. Don't worry about it. Is this it? This looks new. This wasn't here before. No? Okay. Hmm. I have no idea what I'm actually looking for here, though. Oh. I didn't know I had another guy attacking me because there's no freaking hit feedback. For real? You couldn't just take me to the fucking fast travel station and just use? I know those are the goddamn spawn points. Come on, game. Yeah, these are all new. These definitely weren't here before. And the weather's probably raining like this intentionally too. Like I bet another great flood's happening right now. Is this alive?
Even this monstrosity couldn't survive being riddled with harpoons.
This is the monolith. This big tower.
Definitely handmade. Looks like a piece of the monolith.
But not a cave finger.
The monster took a good bite out of this poor man. His own mother wouldn't recognize him now. The same pattern as on the monolith.
there's more stuff over here, the other side of the fence. So far, it doesn't seem like there will be.
Definitely handmade.
Is this the monolith? It's the material. Maybe that was the hint I was
Shipping
missing.
off such a huge piece would require a lot of effort. You couldn't do this alone.
Here we go.
Hurry! I think I heard something. Harder! Must have this piece of the stone. It's blessed. The wild beasts smell us. Protect the stone!
Time to figure this out.
Oh, they're digging.
Harder! Must have this piece of the stone.
Stuff.
It's blessed. Hurry!
And then they get attacked.
The wild beasts smell us. Protect the stone!
Right. Oh, fuck.
Hurry! I think I heard something. The wild beasts smell us. Protect the stone!
A group of fanatics chipped off a piece of the monolith and got away with it. Apparently, it was the one with the niche I need.
Stone thieves, groups of people chipped off a piece of monolith and retreated deeper into the train station. Seems that the piece was what I needed. They used the cart to transport heavy stones, so they must have left tracks somewhere. This wasn't here a second ago.
Definitely handmade. Looks like a piece of the monolith. All soaked in blood. I hope it's still readable.
Excited to be the secretary of our community. This history of ascension will be written in my own hand. 2 days ago, I found the blessed piece of stone. It is so close. The hour of ascension draws near. New headquarters in Western Shells on Justice Street between Innershine Street and Warren Road. Closer to stone, these are transport.
I wouldn't want to be him. The wood's rotten from the damp.
Alright, we got a new address. I guess they took the shit away. Okay, so West Shells, Justice Street. Inner Shrine, Warren, Justice. Inner Sunshine Warrens right here. Now, is that an amphibious cart they were using? No, we saw the cart. It's still in the train yard. Okay, why are they using a cart to get to the water, though? The water building. Could just got a boat, put some wheels on it. This the place?
I hope they didn't smash the part I need. This statue is incredibly detailed. It's
Petrified
practically
person.
lifelike. The door won't budge. There you are.
How do I get in there, though?
The door won't budge.
There must be, like, a side entrance somewhere. Yep. I was gonna go outside and look for a balcony, and then I remembered we're in a water building. But that was about what I was looking for. But not totally.
The door won't budge. There you are.
Any other way in?
This statue is incredibly detailed. It's practically lifelike. I hope they didn't smash the part I need.
Not sure what to do, guys.
door. There you are.
Grenade?
There you are. The door won't budge. The door won't budge. This statue is incredibly detailed. Did they actually try to chew that?
Oh, here we go.
Good here. At last our sentence is so close. We'll start immediately. We are honored to be the first to ascend. May this case gift free us from our bodily weaknesses. Others await the ascension. I'll lock you up so no one can interrupt. Let me take the key.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Put it here. At last our sentence is so close. We'll start immediately. Others await the ascension. I'll lock you up so no one... We are honored to be the first to ascend. May this case gift free us from our bodily weaknesses and sins.
Nah, more of a straight line.
And we are honored to be the first to ascend. Others await the ascension. I'll lock you up so no one can interrupt. Let me take the key. We are honored to be the first to ascend. Others await the ascension. I'll lock you up so no one can interrupt. Let me take the key.
The piece of the monolith.
Now I know a woman has the key, I guess.
Eaten, and the leftovers were taken upstairs. The door was locked and the key hidden among the books.
There we go.
This must be part of the seal.
Oh, they all got up.
Don't touch it. The stone is ours.
Was that them, like, communicating with me telepathically? I don't have instructions for a third place, do I? No, because there's more to this. Was I supposed to... no, dog. Where can I get this last piece? You know what? It's gotta be like a Throgmorton or something, but I need to go to the Chronicle. Face on the paper, we're looking for like interviews or front page. After the flood, celebrities, something like that. I thought that the first monolith was at the church and we were gonna go back there, but I guess we started at the third one. Venus! I totally forgot that I could run like this. I've been clicking in the stick like that was doing anything. And it wasn't. God damn it. Okay, so the Chronicle.
What's your problem?
Damn newcomers.
Gosh. Alright, so after the flood, celebrities, front page. Small strand line in the eastern end of Old Colonial Street is now talk of Oakmont. Jimmy Price, the fisherman living in the boondocks on the border of Coverside and Grimhaven Bay, has been famous overnight for his remarkable findings. Not a week passes without his emerging from the sea with another piece of gold, jewelry, ancient treasure. Antiques expert Diane Miles is baffled. These trinkets are unlike anything I've ever seen, said Miss Miles. The only thing I can tell you for certain is it's pretty darn old. Alright, so he doesn't give me a real address, but Coverside and Grimhaven, like on the border. Old East End. At the strand line on the East End? What the hell does that mean? This? A beach? Is that what a strand line is? You never stop thinking about Death Stranding. How every single word uttered in that script has multiple meanings. Alright. That looks like something.
Still wet. Someone undressed in a hurry.
I've lost count of how many nights the Archie has been trapped in the storm. We're going around in circles. Rocks don't let us leave this snub city or turn back to come ashore. No food left. My sister and her husband, clearly mad with hunger. They say we must jump into the sea, cross by foot, underwater. They jumped. They all just jumped into the water. My whole family, with a sickly smile on their faces. Kay, help me. I'm taking the only diving suit, and I will try to reach the shore. Pray for me. Why did your family jump without taking one of the diving suits?
Still wet. Someone undressed in a hurry. Lives were lost in these waters.
I suppose it's on the ship. No. They wouldn't dare. Now when the eels eat you this fast. Ah shit, I'm gonna die. For real? You can piss me off sometimes, dog. Ah, maybe that building right there. See an entrance.
How many lives were lost in these waters? The door won't budge.
Jimmy, none of us is gonna leave our homes and join your disdained adventure. Yours perfectly fine here in Oakmont. I have no need to look for a better place. Moreover, calling your ship Archie is a draught of a drain idea. Alright, well, I know it's related at least. Since the day Oakmont was stricken by the flood, fishermen have complained about their prey and all vacated the coastal waters. I have no clue where to draw all the fish went. Well, I don't like pollution. Said Mr. B. Morgan, a fisherman of Salvation Harbor. We return empty-handed every single time, yet those toad-faced scum return with nets loaded with fisk. This is the witchcraft in the run for waterkin, I'm telling you. The port is ringing with satisfaction, unprecedented advantage, and smellers having fishing trade. To what the success is attributed, the Ocelot Chronicle will investigate. One thing's for sure, something smells fishy. Oh, hey.
We're doomed to rot in this bog.
Your boy. My boy. My boy from the bog.
The door won't budge. There you are.
Diving suit.
The door won't budge.
How can I get in?
The door won't budge. The door won't budge. Won't budge. budge.
We're doomed to rot in this bog.
The door won't budge.
We're doomed to rot in this bog.
Gotta be another entrance.
No use. The door won't budge. No use. It's barricaded from the inside.
Bro, fuck off. Ah. Bunch of lame ass padding right here. You just look for stuff with no fucking clues.
Still wet. Someone undressed
Did they
in a hurry.
interact with the stone at all?
No sign of a seal fragment on this side of the monolith. This isn't gonna be easy.
Okay. As your cloak. Prophecy says one of the monolith hide is secret. It sounds like I need to hunt for part of his deal underwater. Fishermen from the Ark both found gold underwater. Maybe we could find somewhere to dive from. Something in the monolith transform worshippers into completely new creatures. If I restart the cycle, Oakmont will be destroyed, but mankind will be spared for another few centuries. There's no sense postponing the inevitable. One day someone will end the cycle and mankind will be destroyed. And I guess. Doesn't mean I have to be the one who does it. Well, I know where the diving spot is, it just wasn't open. But maybe... And it says I have all the evidence, I don't know why it wouldn't be open now. Oh, never mind, it's a separate investigation.
The door won't budge.
Alright, I keep zoning out, god damn it, I'm so sleepy, I just wanted to finish. Does this guy have anything to say now? He does.
You a local? Can I ask you about this shore?
Live here for 30 years. I'm gonna die here. So, what do you want?
I need to get to the base of that rock off the beach. And where's the best place to dive?
So you're going to hell like everyone else. Figures.
What do you mean?
The crew, the Archie. My family, all of them drowned. Something in the mare, it calls to them. It hypnotizes them. So you still want to go?
Yeah.
As if I've got any choice.
Then may I ask you for a favor? Would you put these crosses on my relatives down there? I don't know how else to help their poor souls. If you agree, I'll show you where I used to dive. Before the snub.
Won't it be difficult to identify your relatives?
It's only been 2 days. Their bodies will not have spoiled.
But there's the fish.
The fish avoid the rock, like anything alive.
Alright, whatever.
Now, give me the crosses and show me where to dive.
Okay, bless you, mister. I have a dive spot on the first floor. Here's a key.
I didn't get your name. What do they call you?
Jimmy Price. Why do you ask?
No reason. Just wanted to know your name.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I know your damn name, dude. Why are you making it weird? Very well know whether the gold I found was cursed or not. I have enough to start building a ship of my own, calling it Archie. Wretched city. Damn. Cursed gold he brought up. His family go mad. Now he doesn't need to leave anymore. But he only brought the cursed gold back so he could get a ship to get his family the fuck out of here. That seems the same every time. there's walking into them while I'm not paying attention, which is frequently. I wonder if I'm actually gonna put the crosses on those people's graves or not. Might be an achievement for it, but I doubt it's like mandatory. Still plenty of fish down here, dog. Oh, here's one.
I hope you find a place where your soul can rest in peace. That is beyond awful.
Why don't I recognize any of this to the checkpoint?
This is grotesque. Neither alive nor dead.
They're mummified. That's the first one. It's supposed to be the entrance. Do I just put the seal in this, or do I go back to the church? I think I gotta go back to the church. That one looked more special, and like it was hiding something. Okay. Fuck out of here. Tell the man his family's good.
I found your family, Jimmy. Rest assured, I did what you asked.
Thank you. Hopefully it will ease their troubled souls. I'm sorry I asked you to risk your life on my behalf. Please take this as a token of my gratitude.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, back to the central boy, and that should take us to the temple. Now, I can't imagine it's very big. Everything in this game has been like one little room, maybe 2 floors. So I'm sure we'll fight some kind of boss monster, maybe another mouth womb thing. Maybe everything we've encountered throughout the game. And then we'll be in the room of choices. And hopefully I don't fall asleep watching all those. I don't think any of them are a good end, actually. That's the only thing I really read when I was like, do I have to play multiple times to get the endings? That's why I looked up, like, how many can I get in one playthrough? It said I can get them all, but it also said none of them are the good ending. Try try not to read what the contents of them were, or then, you know, the one where you leave is pretty obvious. You leave. Knock it off. Huh? Huh? Hey, fuck you. Alright, how did I know there'd be more diving? The game just gotta throw everything it's done to us at once. That's what just happened. Busy work. And more address finding, and then diving. And we're gonna fight probably every monster. And we make a choice. I'm curious what the impact of the choices is, though. Like, again, it's probably gonna have some bearing on the ending. Maybe some post-credits stuff. Post-credits slides. But right now, it doesn't seem like there was anything to it. Maybe it just changed the course of our investigation and brought us to the same ending point. Just there to help keep you engaged. Ground looks too dry for being underwater, don't you think? And this is fine, but then you get like the... we were looking at before with all the cracks and stuff. Mud don't crack, not unless it's dry. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. The octopi are like his hands. Waving his fingers at us, saying hi. Or that could be the being. There goes my sanity. Back on the boat. Oh, we're in a trance. Snake eater. Monoliths touched by the daughter. There's a possibility that the daughter can spread influence through monoliths. Chthonian monstrosity. The daughter's influence will be the strongest inside Cthygonnaar. Whatever transformation awaits may be worse than death. Godlike creature. Daughter's influence will be strongest inside Cthygonnaar. With her help, I could gain power beyond belief. Reed doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would want power.
It's a shame you'll die here, Reed. The city has far worse men than you.
Yeah, a lot of people want to leave Oakmont, kid. Few ever succeed.
I want none of this to be real. To wake up in my bed in Boston, eat real food, drink good coffee, and forget it all.
Let me be frank. You ain't welcome. You slip up, don't cross a T, or dot an I, and I'll treat you like every other criminal in here, newcomer.
Please help me die. I can't. I just can't.
No mercy, boys. He's been asking for this.
There is nothing more vile than futility. Watching this happen again and again and doing nothing. We are the agents of change, mister.
Huh. Walking through that just made me realize how I didn't make any allies. Everyone betrayed me, and I murdered, like, a lot of factions on my own.
Please hurry, Reed. We can still save this city.
Reed's a goddamn soldier.
You can't end the suffering. The cycle will go on. You can't.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
We're doomed to rot in this bowl.
Oh.
There is a cycle. This has all happened before. She wants to be free. She must not be, or else it all ends.
Destiny awaits.
Previous seeds died when they entered Cthygonnaar. Restarting the cycle is suicide. The previous seed died. The cycle kept repeating. The seed sacrifice must be the only way to restart it. Sacrifice. If I enter the gates, I'll free the dreamer's hidden daughter. If I survive that, what's left of me won't even be human. The only way to prevent mankind's destruction is to recite cycle by my suicide. I think this is probably the one of the pedestals it was talking about. There's like two paths you can follow. Something shooting at me?
I choose annihilation. The end of all cycles. Let everything die. I accept my fate. Unlike the cowards who came before me. My hidden daughter. I am coming.
I think this is the one where I just get the fuck out of here. It'll start with that one, and then we'll do Annihilation, I guess.
Enough is enough. I'm leaving this. I will not choose. I'll break the cycle and free all of us trapped in Oakmont.
Is this a fourth option?
I will not choose. I'll break the cycle and free all of us trapped in Oakmont.
No,
Enough is enough.
This is how I accept.
I'm leaving this damned city and its madness behind.
Oh, I destroy the seal and then I fucking leave. And this is reasonably what I think I'd do. Like, I don't want to die. Restarting the cycle is... I mean, it's an option. It's probably a safe one, but I've been... This whole playthrough, I've been sticking away from the occult stuff. Trying not to go crazy, saying that it's all bullshit. There's no reason to believe most of it. Until you get to the end, where you freaking... basically have accepted that some of this is real. But for most of this investigation, it was all up in the air. So what, if I do nothing, the world ends anyways? But not at the hands of a god, it just fucking floods. And it's gonna keep flooding until I do something, if I choose to ever do something. So, like, how is that different from me just ending it? We'll sit through the credits when we watch the last cutscene. Give our final thoughts and stuff, as per usual. Alright, so this one should be like the bad ending.
Waits for no man, Charles. Decide now whether this ends in salvation. Blood.
Yes, some of the spirits were green and some were red. I wonder if that has to do with the morality of what I did with them.
I accept my fate. I choose annihilation. The end of all cycles. Let everything die. I choose annihilation. I accept my fate. Unlike the cowards who came before me. My hidden daughter. I am coming.
Okay, so this is end the cycles by releasing the lady. Kind of pretty. Like a Naga queen. Not the being I was expecting, actually. More like what was outside the temple that I was thinking of. If this were made by, like, any AAA company, this would end in some stupid gunfight against this thing. To get a happy ending. Am I gonna get Vored? I mean, that's pretty cool. Alright, I'll take Vore. As far as ways to go, or that's gotta be one of the better ones. Let's see you guys surf that wave. Johnny Tsunami. What, can I not skip these ones? There we go. Alright, we've got one more to watch. You know, I feel really special that I'm the one who got Vore and everyone else just kind of drowned. But she calls me daddy.
Destiny waits for no man, Charles. Decide now whether this ends in salvation or blood.
I have made my choice. I willingly sacrifice myself like every seed before me. What is one life worth against all of humankind? Let the cycle restart. I have made my choice. I willingly let the cycle restart.
Couldn't I have just killed myself at any point? I didn't really have to come all the way down here if I wanted to restart the cycle. That was the last seed. Is that just a new guy coming on, a new seed? Marching right in? I thought they would be like, you know, a century later or something, 100 years, 1,000 years. Not instantly. Yeah, that's not worth it at all. Definitely would have just left. So. The choices didn't mean anything. That's kind of disappointing, because I, thought about those, you know, I was trying to get the good ending until I figured out that it wasn't gonna fucking matter. Again, it does help keep you engaged a little until you get mad about it at the end. Finding streets was neat at first, and then it became, tedious. It wasn't difficult, it was just, you had to do it every fucking time. It was satisfying to fill out the map like that, but... Come on, man, there was too much of it. I hated being paid in bullets. Not that there were any gun upgrades or anything to be purchased, that's why there's no currency. Because there's nothing to buy. So they just stick with the only thing you collect, which is ammo and components and XP. But, thematically, I don't even like it. Why are these people trading in bullets? It doesn't make sense. You came from Boston. They have ways for people to get into the city. They can send supply boats. Even if people can't come out, they can get in. So they can send, a raft or something that's unmanned. I do it with freaking Koroks and Tears of the Kingdom all the time. Game was ugly. A lot of the interiors are like recycled and samey. No low enemy variety. And, you know, the combat was just very eh. The guns all felt like huge upgrades for the most part when you got them, at least. Except the rifle, that one was kind of shit. And I didn't use the grenades at all. I used them for the... You know, the womb fight. That's where they were useful. They did their job, I guess. I wish there was more interaction with the environment. You know, I tried to break doors and windows by throwing bombs. I wish that was an option. Some of the ghost investigation things were, like, a little obtuse. They were either, like, completely linear and too obvious, or they were obtuse. There's no winning. I didn't love those. Still, it let me do a little bit of thinking with the investigation. It was also a little handholdy. Like the Mayan Palace thing, you just spam all of them until you get the answers you need. There's no penalty for not doing it, so you might as well, but... So I got to use my noodle a little. I got to put things together as I was collecting evidence before any of it was confirmed by NPCs. Yeah. I mostly had a pretty alright time. Maybe the side quests were unnecessary. Maybe this could have been like a more level-based linear experience in a non-open world setting, and, you know, it could have had better developed features because of that. Like, you know, smaller budget, tells a more concise thing, but, whatever. The whole thing with Nacon was unfortunate, but I guess Frogwares is completely independent now. They're probably never going to do a publisher deal again. Means they probably they'll probably never get this IP back. I'm not really sure how that's going to work. I guess it is theirs. The Sinking City is theirs, but they're not going to, like, attempt a new Call of Cthulhu type thing. And there obviously wouldn't be a sequel like all these endings that ended with death. The endings were disappointing in that sense. Again, there's just all my choices and stuff didn't matter. That's always a shame. But, you know, in terms of cosmic horror, it never really ends well. The Scoutfold games have all, like, you know, you kinda win, but the shit always gets worse by the end of them. So, yeah. This was extremely alright. Like, 5. You know, some of the tedium could have been cut out, and the gunplay is just like, it's there. It's extremely underdeveloped feeling. The skill tree was unexciting, but, like, you know, it was fine. It was inoffensive as an overall package. You know, there were ups and downs to the package, and I think they even each other out to just be, you know, standard. So, yeah. Don't buy the Steam version of this, like I said in the first section, because that would be supporting the evil Big Ben Nacon thing. Buy it on either next-gen consoles or the Switch, or directly from Frogwares on their Games Planet store thing. Or you can do humble like I did, and give some of the money to charity at least. And yeah, thank you for joining me. That was something. I'm glad I finally got around to that. And you can join me next time when we play Overlord, I guess. That was the plan, right? It was gonna be that or Skyward Sword. And I think we decided it. Alright, I still might make a last minute change, but it'll be one of those and probably Overlord. And then Skyward Sword. Alright, we're gonna do both eventually. Might even run them alongside each other, who knows? It's been a long time since I've done that. Anyways, that's all. I'm probably gonna have to re-upload this, and that makes me tight because this is 4 hours long, but, you know, whatever. Bye.